Welcome to Asylum Atelier, welcome to Painting Discourse, welcome to my studio. At the beginning I would like to apologize for the last week. I was unable to work, I was unable to be in the studio. I tried to take a, like a to-go kind of a, or on-the-go kind of a setup for a recording and also streaming. Unfortunately, the internet situation and the internet connection was really difficult. I was traveling outside of the European Union, so I was not really able to do anything. So this is going to be like a apology video. No, it's not going to be that bad. But I'm on the serious note, I really want to apologize for that. I haven't had a chance to do much of a painting, unfortunately. I was trying to do a little bit of a digital painting. I should probably leave this digital painting streams for Bad Painting Fridays, because I think that they would fit perfectly into that category. I would even say that there would be the category Really Bad Painting Friday. I might experiment with this setup a little bit more and maybe kind of make it some kind of an interesting change of a scenery for streams when I would probably venture outside. It worked in theory. I haven't had a chance to actually try it in actually real conditions due to bandwidth and internet and all that kind of technical stuff, but I'll try to do my best, and we'll see. Maybe something like this might actually happen, because on the hardware level it worked. I wouldn't be the first one who would stream from outside of a building, so it should be all manageable. Let's see if I'm going to be able to make it work, make it happen. So that's for the last week. I also mentioned that I posted that information about me going away on Twitter, or actually on X. So that's something that I started to use recently, just to let you all know what's happening, and some last minute changes in the schedule, and maybe some cancellation, maybe some additional information you can find there. That would be about trying to keep up with what's happening during these offlines. However, I hope that while I was gone, not present, not streaming, you were continuing working on your projects. Today I'm going to be returning to my Kirill and Methodius Fragment painting that I'm working on, that I've been working on since I would say March of this year, on and off, because I have another project that I've been working on. I promise you to stream more of these other projects. Unfortunately, right now, most of my projects are under that non-disclosure agreement at this point, because these are more like design projects and freelances for other companies, and they want to keep it I don't want to say keep it secret, but that's their right to come up with the product whenever it's ready. So I'm working more like a third party to this. Unfortunately, that's why I cannot stream more from behind the scenes when it comes to another project. But of course, all the projects that I do on my own, or they are done for my non-profit organization, they will all be streamed as much as is possible. So that's like a little update on what's happening right now in behind the camera with the studio. All right, that probably sums it up. This like this introduction, or beginning, going back to streaming daily. There is another disclaimer, and you might have heard about this because I say this over and over again, and that's: please do not watch this video. This is not really a video for you to watch and expect some entertainment value. Yeah, I'm kind of clowning around here. That's true, but that's not the main focus on this. This is a painting, or actually kind of a painting discourse rather, where we discuss and go over or trying to solve a certain problems, referring to older masters, referring to our skills, and also referring to our own knowledge and experience from these endeavors that we have together. So it's more like a paint alongside with me stream, where you actually have to put enormous amount of work into your own projects in order to make this stream successful. So it's not necessarily on me, it's on all of us. So please join me with the questions, comments, and also with ideas. Let's make or let's push the painting a little bit more forward, and let's try to have fun while doing it. I know that I'm probably the worst person to talk about the fun, because I'm suffering here every day with the paintings, and it really drains enormous amount of energy. But at the end, before I go to sleep, I'm always happy to be in the studio, and I'm looking forward to be there next day. So that's kind of a good starting point for anyone of us, to make sure that you are actually trying to or thinking about painting and going into painting, not or any creative work as this is a punishment for, oh, I didn't do my dishes, so I have to paint right now. I'm thinking about painting as a reward. Every day it's a reward for me, and I'm blessed, and I'm fortunate to be able to paint every day from early morning till late night, because that's something that I like to do. It doesn't cause me that kind of a feeling that, oh, I have to go to work today. I'm here every day from the morning, and I love every minute of it. Even though sometimes it might be difficult, most of the time might be frustrating, but it's emotion that, or these are the emotions that I enjoy as well. So that's how I look at it. And we have then these bed painting Fridays, which are extremely helpful, and that's something that I would like to talk about today a little bit. Last time I was working with that. Where did I put it? Let me find it out. Where is it? Oh, there it is. I got it. Last time I've been working on that green background. What is it? The green underpainting, and it shifted everything into a green. I think that you can see it right now, right here, and it was quite interesting experience. I was forced to work on the background that I'm not used to. I was forced to work with a limited palette on the top of a really kind of a high saturation, straight out of a tube green background that I actually used as a paint that I scraped from my palette, because it was not really one that I was using or needed, and it created a kind of a green sheen to everything that it's on the canvas, which is kind of interesting, because I actually set it up next to my painting, and I could see how much more green I can go and cool into this very, very warm painting right now. And that's something that it's happening a little bit here, lower down here. That's okay, that's perfect, that's acceptable or expectable. I was expecting that, because that's the part where the grass is, and everybody, when we think about the grass from the very young stage, we all know that grass is green, and that's something that I really like to implement into other areas of this painting, and really I want to push it maybe into face to create that kind of a really nice contrast between the redness and burntness of his cheek with the kind of a desaturated, cooler skin tone. So perhaps I might just start mixing more green into my limited palette that I use right now. And I know that it doesn't look like it's a limited, but trust me, it's just it's basically white, yellow, red, and darks or blues. So that's about it. It's just a different way of thinking and approaching that limited palette. That it's like an advance, or I don't want to say advance. It's just another step of limited palette where I'm limiting myself with the main pigments or primary pigments, and I'm just trying to think about the saturation, the hue, and opacity or transparency of a pigment, more about that kind of a technical properties of pigments rather than just the pure hue. But I will get into that a little bit more while we paint. As always, these techniques and understanding your pigments are very important for me. So as I go, I would explain, and I will walk you through or talk through what I'm doing. That's another disclaimer perhaps there, that it's these are not, I'm not talking about the rules perhaps. I don't think that painting has rules specifically. The only rule that I'm trying to keep is it's fat over lean. That's the only part that I really think about when I paint, and it's only because I want to create that a stable a bond between the layers, and then the proper drying with that as well. So that will be probably the only thing that I really follow as a rule, and then after that everything goes right. So that's a little bit about the technical parts. And the reason why I'm saying this is that you don't need to paint the same way that I do. You don't need to use the same techniques that I do, but being able to let me rephrase it. Being able to, how would I put this? If you are familiar with these techniques, there might be a time, there might be a place for you to use it, and you never know when that time comes. I am using every possible technique that I know of, every possible option that is there to make this painting a little bit more, alive, vibrant, and also not only that, I want this painting to be a little bit more how would I put this? I want to communicate that message of journey, and it's really hard for me to describe all the layers of supporting meanings of that journey. So that's probably the name of a game for. That's probably the main goal. Why I always, repaint certain areas, while I always push certain things to a different direction, just for the sake of seeing whether or not it works or doesn't. And that's coming back to that idea that I talk about all the time, every day, that most of my work, it's just experimentation. 95% of things that I do are experimentational, and these 95% will never be seen unless you're watching these streams, of course, but they're not supposed to be seen by viewers or enjoyers of classical figurative art. So yeah, that's for that kind of a introduction to what's happening, and yeah, let's get let's get into this. Um, okay, I like that you you clarified that it means Bad Painting Friday. That's awesome. Yeah, well, you know, Bad Painting Friday is something that I enjoy a lot, and you can see there was a lot of experimentation there, and it's still wet. It still didn't dry properly. I'm looking at that. Yeah, like these are some kind of ridges. You can see like this imperfection in, you know, paint not imperfection, the different textures, you know, and that all kind of a different green sheens there, and there's a lot of mistakes there. But that's the beauty of this, that I was not focusing on the preciseness of this. I was actually experimenting with that underpainting, which was really challenging for me. But on the other hand, it looks kind of a cooler, a little bit more appropriate to this weather that is outside. It's below the zero in my country already, so the summer is 100% gone. I think that we skipped also autumn, so we went directly to a cold. And today it's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful day to maybe paint outside in that kind of to catch that kind of freezing cold temperatures. And I love it to be outside right now. So, but unfortunately, or fortunately, I can work from the studio. It's a little colder here, so you can see me like, you know, hoodies and jackets and everything. It's on me because it was really cold when I get here today earlier morning. So yeah. Okay, so I want to implement some of these things here. Some of the ideas about it's really still wet. The white did not really dry, and it has something to do again with the properties of a pigment. I used the green that was really I think it was like a, I don't know what I was doing. I think it was Viridian green. I'm not sure. I have to check it. I think it was this guy. Yeah, and for some reason this particular Viridian green dries very slow. One more disclaimer before I get into these pigments. I hope that you are not picking up the construction noises from the studio next door, or the rooms next door and hallways. There is again construction. They had a, I don't know. It seems that today there's some cutting, or I don't know what they're doing. It's really loud. So hopefully that works better today. I hope. Anyway, do you know how cold it is in your studio right now? I'm not sure. I don't know. Hopefully it's not as cold as outside, but I think it's like right now it's getting a little bit better. I turn on the heaters. I was forced to. My body simply couldn't deal with that. So let me see. I think right now it's around like a 20, perhaps. Yeah, it might be 20. So it's kind of it's okay. It's working condition. But it's 20 next to the heater, so I think that, you know, in this large empty space in the historic building that is made out of really probably everything that they had back then, it can get pretty cold. So might be 18. That's a nice working condition. 18, it's okay. It's just with these historic buildings, you can feel the coldness from the walls. So, you know, it's just the floor is really cold. So, you know, you kind of picking up that it's not necessarily what temperature is inside. It's more about, you know, the feeling of that called historic building. It's present throughout the building. You can feel it. It's completely. I can't really describe it, but those of you who've been to like older buildings, and when I say older, I mean 300, 400, 500 years ago. They're made of stone, and they really have that kind of a cold vibe, I would say, even. And it feels, it's just your body automatically somehow, in some weird way reacts to these things. So, yeah, the rags helps, yes, but interestingly, this rag has actually a little different purpose. And I use this one, the red one right now. I should probably change it to a different color. But the reason why I use rags underneath, there are two reasons. It's if you work standing, and also, believe it or not, it does not reflect that much light from underneath. And since my floor, it's again warm, it's kind of reflecting back to that a painting, and then warmth that is reflected there, it kind of changes and shifts these color relationship and temperatures. So I'm being a little bit more cautious about these things. Ideally, you would like to have a kind of a neutral feeling, non-reflecting surfaces in your studio. So walls are painted by matte white, and a floor ideally should be kind of a I love that wooden floor. You can't really change it for anything else. It's a perfect combination. But before, I used to paint on the concrete surface, and trust me, you don't want to stand for a long time on the concrete surface. It's really cold, and also it's really uncomfortable to stand on it. For those of you who experience this, you know what I'm talking about. So it's just but rags helps. You're absolutely right. Yeah. Okay. So, and then also warm tea or coffee or chocolate or whatever. Right now I think that especially for those of you who watch from United States, it's that Thanksgiving time. So hopefully some pumpkin frappuccino. I remember that was always a. We used to make fun of not we used to make fun. We used to entertain ourselves with coming up with ridiculous orders on these coffee-based drinks, just for fun. Not that I would be able to afford any of these drinks, but it was fun to think with all these pumpkin spice frappuccino with chocolate chips and sprinkles and whipped cream on top. It was always fun. So choose any hot beverage if you are in these colder northern countries, and if you are painting from Egypt, well, enjoy 30 degrees. Or from somewhere from Australia or South America, that would be just pleasant warm weather. Okay, let's get into these problems with the painting. If you remember, on last Saturday, not the one that was 2 days ago, but a week ago, I talked about the composition extensively, and specifically about my composition and problems with the composition. And trust me, it bothered me the whole week, and bothered me even more because I could not work on that. And I couldn't, I was counting every minute to get back to studio to correct all these things. And right now, when I'm here in the studio, it looks even more challenging than I thought. But we're not going to, we're not going to cry about it. We're just going to look for these mistakes, and like I said, we're going to experiment. We're going to push ourselves into, solving these problems. And I say we because I'm pretty sure that you have your own problems with your paintings, with your projects, and this is why we paint together, because we might find solution together to same problem but different application. So I'm right now kind of thinking about what to do, how to push this painting a little bit further in those, areas, or in that kind of a, these rails that I put myself when I was talking about the composition last Saturday. And I want to push a little bit more of that shoulder twist and tilt, I think it's a proper explanation to this. It's important for me that I'll keep that overall feeling of the motion coming forward. So I'm putting these, as I mentioned, I will put these figures slightly out of the balance. And I think I was talking about, remember that outside edge, it was incredibly important to change that outside edge and to create that kind of a weird a sketch, if you remember what I'm talking about before, because it gave me a little bit different understanding or visual representation of that positive space that it's so important for the composition, right? So this is something that it really improve that feeling of overall composition, and that's something that I really need to start focusing on a little bit more right now because of the stage that I am at this point with this particular painting. So I have multiple ideas about how to push it. So let's explore them together. And don't forget, I have my heavy hitters here. There's a Rembrandt, Velasquez, Caravaggio is ready, Titian is ready as well. I have some Tiepolo laying around, and what else? Definitely some of the other cool painters that I'm going to use, not necessarily to copy them one-to-one, but more as that reference of reference that because I look at them as a guidance, as they are masters, and I have them here in my studio with me, and they solve a lot of problems before me, so I don't want to reinvent the wheel over and over again. If you remember, I work with the Rembrandt. I have some markers here in the book, and I have my Velasquez here. So I'm going to be looking again that you remember. There it is. I still have my copy right here that we did together in the previous bed painting Fridays. Only because I like the texture, I like that feeling of paint application. I'm trying to replicate it right here, and it's starting to slowly show. It's not exact, it's not perfect, but these figures right now are connected not only because they're on the same canvas, but the same kind of a brush application and the textures, which is important. As you might recall, I've worked differently on this portrait with the different applications. I worked with a different technique on this portrait, and I've worked completely different third technique on that one, only because I wanted to see which one of these paint applications, which one of these ideas are going to represent or communicate the feeling that I wanted to communicate with the viewer through the paint. And I set up that I like this application the most, which is that kind of a closest to this kind of a setup. And when I said this kind of a setup, I mean more. I'm looking at this more from a perspective of. You remember I mentioned this, that I want them to be not necessarily old, but young, but I want to get that feeling of that they're tired, that they used most of their energy for this journey, right? And there is a really fine line between these two expressions, for me especially, because you can have someone young look old, or you can have someone look young and tired, and that's just a very important distinction for me. And you might remember I repainted this 2-3 times, his portrait. And I'm going to paint it again today because I like where we're at right now. I don't like necessarily the position for the shoulders relative to his mouth, because he right now looked that he does not have a neck long enough. And it might be also because I was thinking more about that hunch forward, same as with this guy. Unfortunately, it didn't read very well. And also, you remember I was talking about the twist, because he's moving. So I want to shift the pelvis a little bit. I want to show that twist of the pelvis, and I want to show the twist of the shoulders. So that's going to be something that I want to focus today. It is going to be extremely challenging. Why? Well, since I already have certain experience with painting people in clothes, when the body is fully covered, that is, I really have to focus on the landmarks. That means the shoulders, perhaps look for the sternum, for the rib cage, and show the tail, probably most likely with the shadow at this point, and perhaps maybe I can put him off balance, so he feels like he's falling on one side, because that's basically what walking is. Walking is, when you think about it from the point of view of the anatomy of a human being, walking is actually controlled falling, right? So when we do, and it's because our body is trying to preserve most of the energy, right? And walking, it's something that that kind of a regular walking back and forth, it's the least challenging thing for a body, because it's basically you are shifting your weight forward, and as you're falling, your leg is going forward, and you are just trying to avoid from falling forward. And you can see this with kids. They cannot really control, like really small kids, right? Newborns, they cannot really control this because they don't know how to control that falling. So it's very effective way of our body to preserve the energy to get as further as they possibly can. So that's something that I have to take into consideration right now, and especially because I'm looking for a little bit more of dynamic diagonal, not necessarily not only with a specific things like not only with specific things like a cloth and the accessories, let's call them accessories around them, but also with the overall kind of off balance. And I remember that this is not remember. I was talking about this before. That I remember that from the school and from the academy and from all the drawing classes, we are used to draw people in that kind of a stage poses, and it feels unnatural. One of these things is because we're always trying to, our brain is always trying to balance it, centralize it and balance it through the center. And when we see something that it's, off center, it's, out of the context, right? It feels unnatural, and we're trying to correct it so it has that perfect balance, that if I have my heel right here, his chin, or actually his sternum should be underneath that if he's standing properly. These are these canons that kind of pushing me to do certain things that are not necessarily the best way to describe the motion of these figures, because I want them to show, the kind of tiredness and moving back and forth. I don't want them to look desperate, right? So I'm not going to be, just really pushing it this way with their hands down that they can barely walk. But I want to show a little bit of that difficulty of the journey that I was behind them and also in front of them simultaneously. Right? So these are all the things that there need to be addressed. And again, you remember that this is something that you have to do with your own drawings, with your own paintings, if you want to improve them and if you want to push them forward. This analysis is every day. Every morning when I come, I have to do this analysis. I did it already before the stream, and I'm doing it again right now, and I'm really putting it to a it might seem that, oh, why don't I paint already? Well, because this is a part of the painting as well. It's actually a very important part of the painting. And especially if you work alone in the studio, you don't have a feedback of your fellow artists around. You don't have, maybe if you're still at the university or you're still in, some atelier, you see other people painting, other people working. They can come, talk to you, give you feedback. You can ask for feedback. You can give a feedback. I don't have it in my own studio when I'm here alone, so I have to be my own critic. And I haven't seen this painting for a week because I wasn't here, and there were so many things immediately that popped into my head. Also, I'm looking in my, you can't see me, I'll just move into camera. You can also see me looking into a mirror, so I'm using my mirror as well. And let me double check it with mirror number 2. So I'm looking at this painting right now upside down. And I'm checking for proportions. I'm checking for alignment of a certain things, and I can tell you that my face is crooked. This guy, it's not really. You can always tell, and especially with me, I'm a bias towards the certain, how would I even describe this? You know what? Recently I realized that when I have a clear sheet of paper and I'm trying to write something, what happens is I always go a little bit more up on as I start from the top of the page on the left side. As I go towards the right, I'm slightly going up. I think that I'm a bias towards that. I have to consciously think about this and correct this. Same goes for when I'm thinking about the proportion of the face, when I'm looking for that alignment, right? So it feels to me that I always push it this way, and then when I'm trying to correct it, I'm creating the center line. Also, I'm trying to offset it. And that's something that, when you work and you're trying to correct your own work, you should really pay attention to these things. You should really be thinking about this. You should be conscious about these adjustments. And also, ideally, you use mirrors. I have 4 of them in my atelier, in my studio, to actually get I'm flipping it horizontally, and I'm also flipping it vertically. And I'm going all the way back to my studio right now out of the frame. I'm sorry about that, but I need to see the painting in its entirety. And you know what, I have to tell you that proportions right now look okay. I think I was too focused on the minute adjustments, but I think that right now the position, the size of the head, the size of the arms, the size of the feet and the knee right now work properly. The only problem is that, yeah, perhaps I could drop the shoulder a little lower. And let me get right into it so you guys know and see what I'm talking about. I'm gonna grab my charcoal. I haven't used it for a while. So what I'm going to do, I could probably, when I'm looking at the shoulders, right now they're kind of straight again, right? So he looks like he's like this. And that's not what would happen if he walks, right? We don't walk like this, you know. So I have to consciously think about that. I should probably drop one shoulder lower and push one higher, right? And since I have this leg as his weight-bearing leg, right? So we getting when we think about the contrapposto, so if this is my bearing leg, right? This shoulder is going a little lower and this is going higher. This is going to be like, I'm just going to post myself into the camera for you. So this would be the exaggerated contrapposto that we know, that, you know, we have that kind of a nice zigzag shape through the body, and we can look for the rhythm. So perhaps that might be helpful. Also, I could push it a little lower because there is a pressure with the other hand holding that shoulder right there, or asking for that help, or actually, you know, taking that a little bit, maybe even more, which would give me a little bit more dynamic, you know, that diagonal that I was talking about. Even though it's a frontal view, I would have a little bit more of that dynamic pose, right? And also I could push this a little bit more forward. So it would be, or backward. Oh, actually, because it's a, so I could push this a little bit more in the background, right? So think about this part right here as when we talk about that atmospheric perspective, this would go a little bit more further into background. So it's more like a middle ground, and this shoulder is going to be foreground relative to each other, right? It's not going to be as forward as the hands are, but it's going to be further towards us than the shoulder that is being that works as a support for that another figure. So that's something that I could actually think about in terms of moving this the feeling that they're moving a little bit more towards us, because it actually nicely worked with the knees. I don't think that can you see the knees? Let me just adjust my canvas perhaps then. Well, okay. Give me a second. Can I leave it like this? It's going to drop. This is going to be. Well, there is a lot of reflection there. Let me secure it a little bit. And I hope that while I'm doing this, that you set up your station and you are painting alongside with me or with your projects, because unless you do that again, okay. And this would be probably really boring to look at. Can you see the knees? Let me check. Yeah, exactly. The contrapposto is something that will really push this a little bit more believable. So as I was saying, that I have that, it actually showed a little bit better here. I know that it's not finished, but that's okay. But the principle is the same. This knee, it's in the shadow or in the half tone darker, receding into the background, whereas this one is going forward. I need to create the same kind of feeling with the shoulders. Not as much as there, because I don't want him to be like, you know, like a Bernini sculpture of a David when he's throwing that rock at the Goliath. I don't want to have that much of an action, but I still wanted to show a little bit of that shoulder movement right there. So let's do that, and I'm going to use some of the references that I that I used before, and also I have a Rembrandt here and I have a Velázquez here, and I'm going to really look for the edges. And work with the edges a little bit, because they will help me to create that kind of atmospheric perspective, right? So that's something that I have to get under control first. And also, I'm just going to, you know, scrape and sand certain things from this, because I wanted to prepare that surface a little bit before painting. And then I also have to, since this is a touch dry, I need to oil it in a little bit. But I'm probably going to be putting a little bit more of that. Perhaps I'll do some adjustments with glazes a little bit. But remember, whenever you use glazes, unless you already have something that it's on the canvas, glazes are not really going to help you. So be careful with glazes. That glazing, it's not really not that popular or even that necessary these days. Glazing was actually invented. It's a technique that has been utilized because of the weakness of the saturation of the pigments, right? So it was really difficult to get the really nice saturated pigments. So they use these layers and layers and layers of a pigment on top of that imprimatura to get that richness. But we have a cadmium red right now, so you can go, you know, super saturated if you want to. But still, since I work not even traditionally, I use all of these techniques, and I like to use them all and combine them. I'm trying to prepare this surface right now for working with this, and I want to prepare the surface before I start applying any new pigments on top of it, only because then the moment that this is going to be oiled in, it's going to be really difficult to then continue. And right now the application, I'm really mostly scraping with my palette knife. You can use palette knife or you can use razor blade. You should be a little bit more careful with the razor blade so you don't cut the canvas. And I also use where's my sandpaper? I also use sandpaper. That disclaimer for sandpaper, remember that this is a painting. And you are using pigments and then you are sanding them down. So if you are not, you have to understand that, you know, you are making certain pigments, not certain pigments, you are making your pigments airborne, therefore you can breathe them and inhale them. So if you use cadmiums and if you use some really toxic pigments, this might be a health hazard. So be careful with these techniques and applications. But I love to do this. I love to sand it down because as you might remember, I love to look for these happy accidents, and I can soften the edges between. And this techniques with sanding down works only if you work with a thicker layers in pasto almost. You can't really sand glazes because you're just going to scrape the very thin layer on the top. So this is more for that thicker part. Where's that? Oh, okay. Where's that Bad Painting Friday example? So when we look at these textures right here, so you can see that I can scrape them a little bit, like so, and you can see that something is, you know, chipping away, and I can see like, you know, the little underpainting there, for instance, and it completely changed the vibe of the painting right now. So that will be first part, and then I can go with the sandpaper and slowly sanding it, and I'm looking for, you know, these underpaintings that are there, and I cannot control this very well. I can just hope that I will find something that I like. And if I don't something that I like, I can always come back to this and start painting on top of it again and again. That's something that, you know, it's like another cool experiment that we could do together next Friday, perhaps, a Bad Painting Friday, that I can actually take this painting that we started and maybe sanding it down completely and start painting again on top of it. Same setup, same everything. Is just, you know, to show you the process of adjusting these things and getting these nice different textures and different paint application and also different results. Okay, so I scrape it a little bit with my palette knife because you remember I talked about this. I want to reserve, this can go a little bit more. I want to reserve textures for the focal points. And also I want to make sure that these textures are exactly the way that I want them to, so they are not random. So I can always control the textures. They are not random. They just have to feel like they are random. It has to feel that it's effortless, that it was all painted alla prima. It's all lie in my paintings, for sure. So I'm going to do the same thing with the face. I am slowly, you know, adjusting these layers, but they're going to have that feeling of because when I'm doing this right now, I am not, you know, kind of pushing the paint together. The paint, it has its place. I am kind of exploring what can be underneath, what can be below the surface. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Well, those are these. This is probably the closest I could get to that. Closest that I could get when it comes to randomness of watercolors. And I can right now decide what I want to do. I want to dry brush on top of it, or scumbling, or do I want to glaze? Or I can do both. There is like a little... And I work from the imagination, so there's no really, the only helper is, you know, you'll know the little skull. So that's the only helper that I have. So when do I use the skull? It's very simple. I'm just looking on these landmarks and trying to find and, you know, create a little bit better representation of a portrait. It doesn't need to be perfect portrait, but I don't really like to work from photograph, so I prefer to work from imagination, because photographs are really it's a big commitment for me, and I'm not ready to commit to a certain face, certain position. I want to keep everything flowing. I want to, you know, always focus on the composition first, and then everything else it's secondary. And this is, I would, you know, again, you might think that this is not a painting. This is an incredibly big part of the painting. I'm consolidating. I'm trying to think. What's the word that I'm looking for? I don't even know. Well, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to take everything that is good from this underlayer, or the last layer, and the layers underneath. So when I'm going to paint into this portrait again, I am not going to be repainting it fully at this point. I already did 3 times. I'm going to adjust it because I locked exactly the feeling that I want, the thickness of the paint, the brushwork, and it's the important part for me right now, not to just start, you know, painting it over and over and over again, because that's not what I mean. I want to be very conscious about these adjustments all the time. And you can see me going back and forth is because I am not using this. And I remember that this was incredibly important for me to understand, even when I was drawing, or when you draw, that eraser, it's not here to erase things. Eraser, it's another drawing tool. And same goes with this palette knife right now. I'm doing these adjustments on really small scale, but it affects the whole painting. It affects the feeling of the whole painting. So I have to go back. I have to go all the way back into my studio to assess the painting as a whole, right? So I am working here, but this little piece, it's related to this, to this, to this, to this, to this, to this, to last bottom piece of grass that is there. And he has that kind of a death stare right now. And the reason is because his eyes are too dark. So I know that they were lighter before. So I'm scratching that top layer slightly away, and I'm trying to find the lighter layer that is underneath. Instead of painting it, I'm looking for it underneath. It's really something that can create these really, really interesting transitions between pigments, and it almost looks like there is so much paint happening and so much stuff going on, but it is not created by adding more and more pigment. It's in the kind of a counterintuitive, I'm subtracting right now. And since I was trained classically also in sculpting, subtracting is a big part of sculpting, especially if you are a marble sculptor or you're working with marble or stone. You're starting with the big block and then you're subtracting. There is an added bonus for me, is that I can always add. I don't know about the technique for sculptors. Well, I think that they can add things right now, but you want to really, really make sure that you are doing that you know what you're doing when you sculpt. So I'm creating these, I don't want to say random things, but I'm focusing on developing the form. So remember that it is always about getting closer to a final result. With your work. So I'm not necessarily just, you know, I'm not going crazy into erasing things. Oh, this is starting to look really, really nice. Or texture, I mean, not necessarily the portrait, but the texture. And that's, you know, it excites me to continue working on this. So let me move these transitions. Let me create these transitions, and these are really, really small, subtle changes. It's difficult to even for me to describe. I don't think that you can see it necessarily. What I'm doing, but it's just a really small adjustment, and it takes a lot of time because you want to work slow. You really want to work. You really want to work slow. You want to take your time with this. It might feel that it's not that nothing is happening, but trust me, this is like a very slow, steady process of creating like these little interests. Within one shape, right? So imagine that, you know, when we think about that classical painting, classical training is that you mix the pigment, right? You have these strains of, you know, from black to white, and when we talk to monochromatically, right? So we have some mid value. So in that mid value that I have right here, if there would be just a plain mid-value, there would be nothing wrong with it, but it wouldn't be interesting. And I'm trying to create the interest in between these mid-values. So when you come away from it, it did not really change anything. But your eye, since it's a really powerful tool, can pick up on these little imperfections. And the more of these you have in your focal point, the more interesting it is for a viewer, and also it's more challenging for a brain to analyze what's happening, and then you can create, you can hold your viewer longer to look at your painting, because that's basically what I'm trying to do with this painting. And with every other painting, I'm trying to keep the focus of the viewer as long as possible, while trying to tell him or her, or communicate, rather, not to tell, to communicate the ideas that they are there in the painting. Because I am not, I don't have, this is not, and I don't want to disregard, I shouldn't probably, this is not like a, action-packed, Michael Bay movie, a lot of explosions, a lot of interesting things happening there, and the camera movements, and the wow effect. This is very subtle, so I have to use these subtle tricks to, to trick your brain in terms of staying with this painting. And it's the same process that, I repeat over and over again. And then I feel this is way too harsh of a, see, like, I also can, use my sandpaper to soften the transitions. And I know that you've been taught in the classical ateliers that, it's really difficult to make soft edge out of the hard edge. And it's absolutely true, but if you sand the surface, then you can get that. And this goes, specifically for when we talk about layering, right? So this is like an indirect painting, or this would be indirect direct painting, kind of a situation. Because whenever I paint, I do a direct painting, but it's with the layers. So again, as I mentioned, I like to use everything that it's there from the techniques in my disposal to create the most convincing representation of the objects that I have there. And when I say most convincing, I'm not talking about most realistic. So be aware of these things. There is a difference between convincing and realistic. Because I'm, even though this is a kind of a, I'm somewhere in that, realm of realism, and perhaps since this is a narrative painting, maybe somewhere between romanticism and realism. And romanticism, I don't mean this is a romantic painting. There is a romanticism as a part of that evolution of painting. When you think about Renaissance, Baroque, Classicism, perhaps, Impressionism, Post-Impressionism. So Romanticism would be one of these. Part of the this category. And I'm moving back and forth between head, elbow, arm, forearm, hand, and then this hand, which is kind of a fist. Only because as I move back, as the portrait changes, I'm looking all around, and every other parts are changing as well with it. So I have to make that balance, and especially with larger paintings, with larger setup like these, it's not only about the portrait, it's about everything that is on that painting. So keep that in mind when you work on your own project. Remember, I told you that this is extremely boring to look at unless you work alongside with me. And when you think about it, painting is kind of boring. It's just you know, it's just maybe this is way too, see? These transitions are too harsh and they're taking too much attention. And I was looking at some Rembrandt's paintings and the Velázquez, and I'm looking at how is he softening these transitions between the face and facial hair. There is almost zero hard edge paint application there. So making these transitions softer brings a little bit more attention towards the face rather than just, you know, a beard. Because a beard is not the main, it's important, but it's not the main character. It's you know, it's just a, I'm talking about this as it is a movie, and I know that that he is the focal point, or this portrait, these two portraits are the focal points, but we have a hierarchy within the portrait, right? So we have eyes, which are the top, then we have a mouth and a nose area, and then as from this little area here, everything else goes into the kind of a smooth, slowly dissolve, unless we want to bring attention to there. So if you want to bring attention to the, let's say, the ear, because it's supposed to lead your eye towards here, then you will have to push it a little harder, and you can use either edge, like that means a contrast, which would be a value contrast, or you can use also a hue contrast, and also you can use paint application. But I'm, you know, in terms of painting or thinking about the painting as a whole, I talked about Delacroix a lot when it comes to this painting. That Delacroix was painting like everything is in the shadow, like everything is in the gloomy day. I'm sorry, and then the gloomy day, like we're trying to bring that. Bring these objects out of the shadow and into a focus. And if you remember, I was talking about Rembrandt, I was talking about Velázquez, and that's that kind of idea. When you think about, let's say, Leonardo da Vinci, he was working with the sfumato, right? So he was slowly transitioning. And you can't even see the transition on the cheek when we think about, you know, the most famous Mona Lisa. When you look at the Mona Lisa painting, it's just that the transition on the cheeks are, you can't really see. It goes, it just moves and turns. It's because the development of the form and how slow the turn is there. It's a very similar principle to what I'm doing right here. It's just a different technique to get there. And it's also because Mona Lisa, it's a female, it's a smooth representation. It's almost like she almost, you know, Leonardo da Vinci treated that painting like it's a Virgin Mary. Almost like a Virgin Mary, right? So it's a smoothness and a kind of almost like it's not natural, so it's something from the heavens, and that was the idea that he was aiming for. So he created that kind of a representation with the paint application, right? So everybody knows, oh, this is a Virgin Mary, but he wanted you to feel that it's Virgin Mary. And that's what I'm working on right here, right now. It's that, you know, I'm trying to create that feeling of them being, you know, they were probably my age, but here's the thing, 30s were really old in year 863. It was just people, usually, and especially just you know, peasants. They did not live into their 70s. So you were 30, you are old, you're done. You're not, you know, part of that. Ultra productive years are gone for you, and it, you know, it has everything to do with the way that they used to live, right? So, if I'm not mistaken, they were in their 30s, and I want to show that they have some kind of wear and tear on their faces, but I don't want to make them old, right? So they probably didn't have a perfect skin. That's why you can see all these blemishes and parts and all the other stuff that yeah, well, I was wondering either if you're still here. But that's okay, that's fine. Hopefully, while you were not listening to me, as I mentioned, do not watch this video, you were preoccupied with, you know, your own work. So it's all good. So it's all good. And, you know, I'm always repeating myself over and over again, because that's what painting is, just a repetition of applying a pigment on canvas, or, you know, whatever surface you prefer. So I'm continuing with this, and you can see, like, I didn't even touch the pigments, and there's so many things are happening right now with the portrait. I'm really looking for that smooth kind of a nice transitions, but they're not going to be smooth in terms of that kind of a, you know, classical kind of a blending, because these are not blending in the way that you would imagine. There are really, I think I mentioned that before, is that the blending, it's more like on the palette. When you look on your old, you know, the edges of your palette, if you do not scrape your palette completely, you'll have the edges like this. Let me show you what I mean, or the texture. So instead of blending it completely, you are creating this kind of effect of, let me just grab something to point with. Okay, this is the one. So you see, this is the transition between these two. I don't know if is it visible? This camera is in focus, yeah. So this is the transition that I'm talking about, the slow transition with the texture. These are not created by actually applying, you know, the blending it together. These blend together because they're close to each other on values, and as you go further, you stop seeing the transitions. Like, these are all different pigments here throughout the palette, right? But it's still, I have to look at the, yeah, but you can still see transition between this red and this dark brown right here, right? And when you go from a distance, it all falls into one value. So this is basically how the surface of my portrait looks right now, and it's very similar to what we were talking about before with paint application. And I think that, you know, I showed this before, this palette. So you see, this is when you create these strands. So you have a red right here, and you have a white right here, and I have a black here and white here, and you go from full saturated red into these values, and you can apply pigments like this as well. So you would create this kind of a texture. This is not necessarily blending. These are also brushstrokes next to each other, but this does not have a texture. And if I want that imperfections and happy accidents, I have to let the paint to do its own thing. I cannot be, you know, like possessed with this controlling every aspect of the pigment into perfection. Well, I can, but I don't want to. I want these imperfections there because they were imperfect as a people. It's that kind of a, you know, something that I talk about a lot here. It's more, you know, in these terms of you know, how you implement these philosophies into your painting, not because you want to be a philosopher necessarily, but you just want to bring that attention to certain things without actually saying it, right? So and again, I have to double check that with a mirror, because I'm looking for the symmetries again, and whether or not the stuff that I was erasing, or, you know, subtracting, rather, not erasing, subtracting, whether or not it works or doesn't. And I think right now I have to again get back to the symmetry adjustments, right? So let me see. I could. This could be his cheek, and I'm going there with a wine charcoal. Yeah, that's you. I like it. I love it as well. You know, that kind of a painterly feeling to paint, because remember I talked about the Cézanne, and, you know, it's kind of a. I don't want to say that this is a Cézanne, but it's that idea that, oops, it's that idea that we all know that it's a painting, it's not the real life. So I don't even strive, I'm sorry, for that exactness. I just want to make sure that, you know, that the portrait and the face is rough, and it has that roughness. And right now, with that little bit of charcoal, I'm correcting symmetries, because it's easier for me to come there and just erase it if I don't like it with the finger. It's just it's just a charcoal dust. It's a wine charcoal, but I'm creating this. And I can go dark there without, you know, worrying that it's going to stay the dark line, because I can always wipe it away. But from a distance, I can look at it and I can measure it visually, right? The distances between eyes from the corner to corner. And you can see I can just wipe it away immediately, if I so choose. And I think that I should correct the beard, and it should go this way, right here. Make it a little thinner. So it's going to elongate his face a little bit, because I think that, you know, as I was making him bigger, the head bigger, I widened the face a little too much. Perhaps, I don't know. I'm not sure yet. So, and I soften these right now, so they kind of blend together. A little too much, I think. because I want to also show the difference between foreground, foreground, middle ground, and background when it comes to a beard, a skin, and the cloth, the hoodie that is there. So I'm going to push it here. This is going to go here and here. So I'm trying to create a little bit of that swoop, the diagonal there. So it's like a bunching on the one side, and I could actually see a little bit more of that, a little bit more of the body and the skin right here. And I need to put a little lighter area right here. And if you remember, we worked this on that portrait, and you can see it. I don't know right now if it's a. You remember, I'm trying to just do it. This part, the little lighter part that Rembrandt did, which is so. So I'll just show it from a distance as well. I don't know if it's this part right here next to a neck. It kind of shows a little bit of that where the edges of a beard, because then that beard, especially in this area right here, kind of blends into a shadow, and then we just move into a it feels then the beard continues all the way here, and I want to show a little bit of a skin there. And I know you would be like, oh, but you cannot, because sun wouldn't show it there, and I know, but this is painting. This is not the real life. This is I'm trying to create a representation of a real life, not necessarily photocopy of that. So. I haven't been there, you haven't been there in 863, so perhaps there was a little reflection of a light right here into his skin, and you could see it. So you don't need to be worried about these things. And I know that when you are at the academy or when you're studying, you really have to push yourself to go as close to nature as possible, only then to be able to subtract or decide what do you want to have in your painting and what you don't need to. And this will be probably the time when I start actually adding paint to a canvas finally, after what, an hour of just erasing, or not erasing, subtracting. Yeah, that's awesome. If you want to just doodle and think about stuff and work digitally, that's perfect. Because I'm totally I'm a big supporter of a digital art. So, and I actually use it every day. I was working. You remember I talked to you about the Blender. So I was working in the Blender whole weekend on another project. So, and I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. It's just an incredible tool. I mean, that goes for another 3D software as well. It's not only about the Blender, but I'm applying the same principles for Blender for writing, if you wish. Same as for my painting. It's a composition. Plus, I think that this little piece of light right here will also solve the problem with the shoulder, because it kind of visually connects this. This needs to go probably a little darker, so this light pushed forward. So I put a little darker values right here, but I'm not going to do it through paint. I'm going to do it through glaze, and then and they will kind of, because right now he looked like his shoulders are bunching into, he's like this, right? And I don't want that. Let me maybe move the camera a little higher. I just realized that you can't really see what My apologies for this. Oops. Okay, so you can see a little better. I didn't even realize that when I moved the canvas up, I should have so the LiDAR value is going to be here, and I think that that would solve the problem. So let's push it there. And again, I knew that there's something is wrong, and then I did that, master copy. Then I looked through Rembrandt, through Velasquez, and I realized that they're all doing it. They're making that little adjustments of these, body parts, not body parts, the shadows and light areas. That they are kind of against that laws of nature. And it's cool because, Caravaggio was doing it, right? When you think about it, when you think about even the Renaissance, right? So we never seen the angels, but they still were there, painted there. So, yeah. Okay, let's, I should probably squeeze some paint, and you know what's going to happen. The gloves are going on. I'm gonna put gloves on, and you know what's up when the gloves are on. It's business time. So let's put them on. Okay. So I'll push this a little bit and adjust this corner, but then first I'm going to wipe it with a little bit of medium. A little bit of medium. And this is really a very, very thin layer. So don't go crazy. Because I don't want to nice. And I'm kind of all over the place today. Where did I put my paper towels? No, I got them. And I'm going to gently wipe it, because that's really a very, very thin layer is needed here. And be careful that, if you are oiling in, pigment has to be surface dry. It's not dry completely, throughout the layers. It's still going to dry a couple months, but it has to be touch dry from the top, because if you start oiling it into a fresh pigment, you know, you're going to smear it around. I know this is not, you know, like why am I saying this? Well, because I made that mistake. I'm not going to lie to you, I made that mistake. Not once, not twice, but a couple dozen times for sure. So, and since this is a stream mostly about me making mistakes, not you. You should take advantage of that. My titanium white is almost gone. I'll have to get the new one. So let's see. Happy mistakes? Can you really? You're just making me laugh right now. Can you imagine that I was painting, I remember some portrait or whatever, some series of portraits, or there was like a you know, whatever, painting with multiple portraits, or 2 portraits, I believe, 2 figures. And there was an area that was dry and the area that had, you know, that didn't. And then I just started to oiling it in. Trust me, it wasn't a happy accident. And it wasn't a happy mistake. Actually, you know what? You're right. It is a happy mistake right now because I'm laughing about it. But can you imagine me like like in that moment? I was furious. I was, you know, I was so angry. Incredibly angry. Okay, so I'll need, and I have all my pigments dry. Yep. So you know what time it is. It's time to, you know, take this. And I, you know, I used, remember I told you that I use like a different pigments on that, and this is still, yeah. So let's make a little bit more interesting textures right here. And some abstract art that can actually be used. I'm not going to use like a crust from that paint, but stuff that was inside that it's already kind of dry. And you see how kind of a cool, nice effects are there. Yeah, you should definitely give this a try. It's kind of a fun thing to do, right? So there's no, this is another part of that experimentation that you can, you know, get into. So, and I want to work with, again, I always want to work with clean pigments because that will prevent you from kind of creating these really dull mixtures. You remember I talked about always keeping your palette clean. And this is, you know, this is already really big old pile that's not really good for anything else than just throwing it away. But I'm still trying to salvage some of that, you know, a little bit of that yellow ochre. It's still good, but this is way too dry for me to use it on this painting. Why? Well, because you remember Fat Overlean, this is way too dry for that. And then imagine this pigment right here and then I'll start, you know, you can start scratching into it perhaps, or this is what sandpaper would do. So we'll create this kind of a yellow that is on top of this blue, which is kind of a nice, nice kind of effect. So this is something that I'm looking for in my portraits as well, because that's how I feel about the skin. It's that kind of a, you know, different surfaces that or different layers that are actually in the skin. It's the same principles. I have a different layers in my painting as well. So that will be something that create that kind of a little closer representation of a skin without making it. This one I can use. This one. This seems still usable, or no? Yeah. No. Yeah. I think yeah. Yeah, this is still good. So I'm going to salvage some of this. Yeah, this is still good pigment. I just don't want to have that crust there that it's created, that kind of a skin that is on top, because that's creating that kind of a not really a nice. And this can go. So you can see how much pigment I'm throwing away, and I'm really, I hate this part. But that's what happens when you are not in the studio for a week. See, this one is still wet, incredibly wet. Even though this is a kind of a earth pigment, I don't know what this is. Well, I know what it is. It's a brown. We will call it brown, but it's orange, really dark orange when it comes to a, you know, Munsell perhaps. I have it there because it's transparent. So I don't really think about that as a brown. I'm thinking about it as a transparent, warm orange, that kind of a hue. These are dry. This one isn't, or is it? Maybe this a little bit. I can put it here and do a little bit of Rembrandt's background. Or background underpainting, that's what I meant, not background. And the rest of it goes into a... And the reason why I do these, for those of you who don't know or are new to this stream, is because I don't want to... I'm a collector, as I was recently... It was recently pointed out to me. And you can even see right now, right here with this, that this yellow, our yellow ochre on top of the blue canvas next to red, starting to feel like green, even though there is no green used. I don't know if you can see it on the camera. Probably camera cannot pick it up, but my eye definitely can. And if my eye can pick it up, I'm pretty sure that yours can in the real life. So these are like a kind of a nice experiments that they don't cost anything. Actually, they save you some money by not throwing everything away from your palette. Okay, this one is pretty good. And I'm already starting to create like a little portrait right here in the middle. It's just something that that I like to do. And the reason is because, you know, this is like a nice kind of a size for a quick portrait sketch. And, you know, you have these kind of abstract shapes right here already set up for you. So it's easier to start, like when you start with the really, really white canvas, which kind of, you know, it's like a blank canvas that is staring at you and you don't even know where to start or what to do with it. So this is a little bit more creatively inviting, perhaps. I don't know if that will be the right way to describe that. I got you to use oil paints today. You see, it's not me. You wanted to use oil paints. You wanted to paint. Don't put it on me. Don't put it on me. You wanted to paint. I'm pretty sure that you wanted to paint as much as I wanted to today. So it's your fault. I'm painting because you know, you forced me to. So it's all your fault. And let's get that green there as well. This is that transparent green that I was talking about. You can see how transparent it is compared to other pigments. And it's not only because I'm spreading it thin, it's really a transparent pigment. So I would use these transparents again if I want to shift, let's say, white a little bit transparently. I want to shift white into a little warmer. I know it sounds counterintuitive that you are shifting white into a warm white by adding green, but that's what's happening with it, because white is probably the coolest pigment that you have there. You see how this is. And you can I can make a portrait here immediately, actually. Just having fun with it. See, this is how I wasted my time when I'm supposed to do paintings, because I already see something here, and you won't believe me. I'll just move it a little bit more. You see, like, this is the area where the head would be, and this is some kind of a green shirt that is there. I have a diagonal right here with the clothes. This is kind of like a shoulder area right here, right? And then the portrait is going to be here, and perhaps there is some kind of a red and yellow background there. So I didn't even try that much. But I already created a portrait for myself. And if you mentioned that you don't know what to paint, I didn't know that I'm going to paint the portrait today on the separate panel, but I did it with my old pigments that they are ready to be tossed away. So there is no such a thing as a when you really think about it, you always have something to paint. It's just that blank canvas that's stopping you from doing it. And it's not only a blank canvas, it's because we always think that we're going to do the biggest, the most revolutionary painting, and if you're not painting that type of painting, that nothing else makes sense. But these little sketches are actually very important, and you shouldn't be overthinking them. So I already know that this is going to be some portrait like this, and perhaps I can go through a Rembrandt book and try to find some portrait that has a similar setup, and maybe adjust certain things based on that. And then this might be my auto portrait, the next auto portrait that is just I'm just lining them up here. They're unfinished, you can't see them. So, And it's a nice way to, you know, as you mentioned, yes, practice your palette knife painting. So I have a white there, I need a yellow ochre, and I go with that. I will add that green into my palette today, even though I don't use the green very often, but I will today. I don't know, for some reason I mentioned this, green is not it's not my pigment. I don't know what's wrong with me. I like green, I just don't like to use it when I paint. And it's because of my abuse of that, you know, setup where I have blue and orange as the main pigments. Okay, so I have my white, I have my yellow. Let's bring some little bit of black. I don't think I'm gonna use too much today of black pigment. I have a little bit more of that burnt sienna there. So let me squeeze a little bit more. This is really, really orangey burnt sienna. What is this? Oh, okay. It's not really a brand that I use that very often. And should I throw that Viridian there? Or should I go with something a little bit more transparent or semi-transparent? Because this Viridian, it's really oh, it's also semi-transparent. You know what, I'm probably gonna go with my warm, full transparent green rather than these semi-transparent. And I will experiment with them on that painting Friday. I think I would prefer that. But I'm going to use, is this the, I'm going to use a little, is this the Indian red? Yeah, okay, so I have that one there. To hit it a little bit with this warm red, darker warm red, which is where's my beautiful vermilion? I think I left it here. Nope. I just got so used to that vermilion. Hopefully I'll be able to get it again next time. That vermilion there. So I'm using right now vermilion instead of that cadmium red. It's just, it even, you know, when I'm looking at it on the palette, it just looks so nice. It looks really, really nice. It's just, it's vibrant, it's really warm, it's light. I think it's slightly better than the cadmium. I prefer it right now for this painting especially. It's a little more useful than just the regular cadmium red. So I have white, I have yellow, oranges, I have the red ones, and I need my earth tones. So I'm gonna hit it with a umber. And I'm going to use two different brands of umber. I'm going to use and the reason why I'm using two different brands of umbers, because one is leaning more into a kind of a warmer sheen or kind of a warmer temperature, which means it's leaning more towards the red, and another umber it's leaning more towards a green. So when I put them next to each other, you can see that one is I don't know if you can see it. Can you on the camera? Let me just adjust it perhaps a little bit. It's moved a little bit. Oops. Okay, this is not really ideal, but hopefully you can see it better right now. Yeah, perhaps. But there is a difference there. One, it's this one leans more towards the green kind of a hue, and this goes more towards the red. And that's the reason why I use them both, because if I want to desaturate or dechromatize the pigment, I probably go with a. Let's say when I'm working with a red, I'm just going to go with the green one. And if I work with cooler pigments, I go with the warmer one. And if I want to pump the saturation, I will do the opposite thing. So these are the ideas about the pigments that you, if you don't know, it's more like you can't really study these things. It's more like you have to see them. So if you have for instance, I have this rest of this pigment. What you can do, this is actually pretty cool. What you can do, you can grab a little bit leftover white that you have, and we can actually do this experiment. But you have to be careful, because if you have, if you have something on your palette knife like I have right now, slightly redder, I already changed that. Pigment. So I'm going to try it one more time with, I'm going to clean my palette knife, and I'm going to show you the difference. You can experiment with your leftover pigments as well. All right, let's say that, this is my leftover pigment that I have right here. It was a white, and I'll show you if I add, you see this is more like a greenish neutral. It almost looks like I would add black to it, but let me show you what happens if I add black next to it. Oh, this is way too much. This is black next to it. Perhaps I'm just getting closer so you can see the difference. So it's the same value, it's a different hue, and they seem completely different, right? I have the same value, but when you squint your eyes, there is no transition between them. But when you open your eyes, you can see the transition. So I'm creating, I'm modeling the form with a temperature, and that's another thing would be if I take this warmer one. That's the same umber, raw umber, but the warm raw amber. So this is also, different manufacturers have a different ideas about what the amber should be, and this is way warmer. So I moved and I turned the form within the same value, but I moved from very cool to kind of a neutral in this setup to a warm gray. So I would work with these warm grays and cool grays, and you can create a beautiful transitions there. So if you have you're scraping your old pigments, you can experiment with how they're going to look and what they're going to give you, what kind of results they're going to give you when you work with them. And creating you can create beautiful portraits with just using this kind of idea. And this is something why I really, really like and enjoy Delacroix, because he talks about this a lot. Not directly, but he's mentioning it in his work a lot. This is that famous idea of his, and I'm going to butcher that and that quote of his, but it goes something like, "Give me a dirt, and I will just make it, shine like a sun." In those ideas, I don't know if you can see it properly on the camera. Let me see. Yeah, you can kind of see it, the difference. When you really, really look into it, you can see it. And it's even more visible when you put it on the like a white canvas. You would immediately see the differences. The problem with this is that I have a darker background on my palette. I'm just used to work with a darker background. Okay, so let's get back to that after this little experimentation. Let's get into that. And I'm thinking I'm just going to use these larger brushes because I want to work on this edge a little bit here. So I have the surface, I scraped it, I sanded, I adjusted it, I was looking at how to position it. I have my strategy ready of what I want to do, and right now I'm just going to continue with the same idea. I want to put a little bit of light right here only to create the kind of a swooping motion, and I also want to show the difference between the beard and the skin, which then would lead to the shoulder right here. So I just want to connect it, and perhaps I can also edit. I can make it more saturated and closer to us by creating the lighter spot right here and darkening this, so it's just going to naturally go forward. And I can push these a little closer and kind of, create that this is, in terms of atmospheric perspective, this shoulder, it's further away from us because its values close to each other, and this is a little bit more separation. It's therefore it's closer to me. So that's gonna, from the point of view when he's standing right direction to me, it's just going to do this a little bit. Not necessarily with the position, but I might do that as well. So I might change the position a little bit. So I'll push the shoulder a little bit more this way and even lower, perhaps. And this one is going to go closer and a little bit more here, right? So instead of looking at the silhouette right now, I'm just going to look at the form and where the form is the closest to me, right, to create that kind of a feel. And then I could push even a center line a little bit more this way, right? Because in the perspective, if I rotate his shoulders, and you can see it on my zipper in the middle, if I move my shoulders, the center line move along with that, right? So right now he's like this, and I want to only move the shoulders, right, which wouldn't create exactly what I want to do. So maybe I'll move the center line a little bit more and move his head. So this is what I'm thinking right now, that this is what's gonna, this way, or this way. I don't know right now, this, like this. So this is where I want to be. So I'll rotate his torso more towards the figure that's holding him. So I have to create that kind of a feeling. It's not going to be easy, but it's not impossible. I just had to find that this is the problem with, because everything was flat, not because I painted it flat, but because it's a frontal view. So I have a frontal shoulder, I have a frontal rib cage, I have a frontal pelvis, I have a frontal knee, I have a frontal on the face, right? But before I start to do this, let me just go grab a little bit more of a fresh warm tea, and I'll be right back. Just give me a second. Meanwhile, you continue work on your stuff, or take a break. Okay, so I'm back. Sorry for the quick break, but I need to get a warmer tea because it's really, really cold here in my country right now, and it's especially cold in my studio, so hopefully we can power through this coldness together. Because I cannot get sick till Christmas. I have to be working every day in order to finish all the projects that I have. So let's get into it. I'm going to continue working on that portrait right now. I'll already you'll be here to support me. That really, I really appreciate it. That's something that I was actually so happy and motivated to continue with these streams because of you. So let's push it. I really appreciate your support. Let's make something happen today. So so it's worth your while to watching this then. So I'm going to hit it with that. Oh, I didn't push the green. I wanted to use the green. Where did I put my green? I really enjoyed these streams, truth to be told. It's like 3-4 of us here working every day, and it's just a good feeling. Okay, where did I put my transparent green? Can you tell me where it is? Found it. So this is warm, transparent green that I'm going to use right now. In these shadows. Not shadows, in my pigments, in my mixtures. That's awesome. I really, like I said, I really like to be part of this endeavor, this journey, because it's, like I said, it's helping me. It's keeping me focused, and so many things that we talked about and we went over when it comes to painting. It's kind of helping me as well to internally. Oh, this green is way too green. Okay, way too green, but it's awesome because this green I'm going to use again as an underpainting. Even though it sounds weird, but I'm going to use it as an underpainting. So I know that somewhere in my layers, I'm going to have some cool, very, very cool green pigment there. Almost, right now it feels unnatural because there is nothing that is green around there. So it's almost like a weird green, but it's okay. I'm going to introduce it to this painting right now, and I'm just going to work with it, because I think it's going to really, really push it a little bit more, and it's going to give me that another step, or another not a step. What's the word that I'm looking for? It's going to give me another element to this painting that I can use and take advantage of. in terms of not only on the saturation, but also not heat, not only saturation, not only hue, not only temperature, but also contrast. Because I'm creating contrast not only dark next to light, but warm next to cool as well. And it's right there. And this is something, you know, that I'm taking from that bed painting Friday, that the green, and when I start mixing more of that warmth into it, it's not going to get really, really warm. You see, it's just going to be sitting on the top. So there's going to be like that. It's going to be yellow and green next to each other, or on top of each other, rather than mixed together. So there is like an optical illusion, the optical mixing that goes into this as well. And then again, I don't want to flatten this too much. So I'm still thinking about modeling it, and I'm going to use a little bit of these neutral grays that I have right here. To make a little darker value there. So I'm modeling the form. I'm creating the volume of the face as a first, because I want that volume, and then with that being said, I'm also adding a little bit more interest in terms of hue. And let me hit that. The main thing that I was talking about, that is that this might be too much. And you can see right now that I'm going into that warmer brown, or warmer umber rather. Let's see if this is a pigment dark enough. So I'm going to create that little mark right here, because I want to, and right now I'm trying to frame the beard, because the beard also is helping to that overall shape and the size of the face as well. A little bit of finger painting. Yeah, cool. Way better. So this is so silly. It's not really a big adjustment, but it kind of created that overall. And then let me make the ear a little pop a little bit more, and perhaps I can use this here as well a little bit to push the cheekbone. Because I have right now that, you know, these different layers right here underneath this. And I'm creating the transition from lighter to darker, but also from cooler to warmer. Because I want to make sure that I still, even though I'm, you know, even though I shaved a little bit of that beard that he's wearing, I still, oops. Guess I need to wipe this. It's okay. I still want to make sure that the width of the face, it's big enough compared to the length. And I think I have to change this a little bit and make the mouth a little bigger. because there was another element that, you know, the overall shape and the size of a head was okay, but the problem was that features of that head were too small. You remember last time I was talking about this, that certain features were way too small, and they were creating that kind of a feeling of the small head. And it works both ways. Sometimes when you have a when you have a small head, sometimes we just, you know, tend to change or over exaggerate the facial features, and then it looks cramped into that portrait. So I'm trying to avoid all of these things. So slightly warmer, slightly cooler variants right there. And then I think it should go a little lighter right here in this area. So I'm going to grab a different brush. And I'm working on details, but I'm not right here. I'm not doing this, because that's just a counterproductive. It's counterintuitive to stand this far, but I can judge it properly only from that distance. That's why sometimes you see some of the painters use these really long brushes, because they want to be as far as possible from what they paint, so I can take as much information from around the painting as possible, or around the painting, from the surrounding areas of a painting, rather. There. Cool. I have this and this. And again, I'm working right now only with proportions, and I'm correcting the proportions. I'm not, you know, painting a new portrait. I'm just working around what's already existing, because it has a right position in the painting. It has a right size. Proportion just didn't feel right to me. Of features, and that's okay, because, you know, they had a fairly correct position. It's just they need a little bit more of adjustment. So again, I don't want a fully mixed color. I just want these nice push it this way, a little lighter here. That might be a little too much. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I think I'm thinking good. Just need a little correction right here. Let me try it with a little lighter, warmer. And again, this is the process where I'm not really worried about how to paint nose or eyes or anything like that. This is more about creating that proper feeling. Of, you know, of that portrait. Just making it a little more lighter value here. A little warmer part right there. Cool. Making it a little more coherent, a little more. You know, I talked about the abuse a lot, you know, this needs to go darker. Okay. This is my light brush, so I'm going to go into a dark brush. And I need a little bit more saturation there. And maybe I could use this brown rather. Yeah, that's the one. Because I want that feeling of he's looking at you and not necessarily staring, but I don't want to say piercing either, but I want you to feel that you know that he's looking directly at you, that you have that connection with him. Yeah, a little bit more, a little lighter right here. So let's just get. I'm squinting my eyes through that process. I'm trying to, you know, correct the mistakes that I made there before in proportions. And then super saturated this part. Almost like a it's almost like it's too much. And the reason why it's too much, because I want to over exaggerate it only to then get back to it. So I have this area right here, this could be a neck right here behind that. And I need a little bit more of a darkness right here, because that's where the beard is. Okay. Maybe this, I could use this. Okay. That's too much. It's getting, again, suddenly it's getting dark. So I should have talked less and paint more, because I'm again. And then let me adjust this. This is where the hair is going to be. This is where his ear is, right? And again, I'm layering that, trying to create interesting shapes, even with the hair, because the hair is a part of the portrait. Well, obviously you know that, but I have to remind myself how important part the hairstyle is. Because sometimes I'm just thinking about, oh, that's just a helmet on the top of the head, and it's not really, that's not that. Okay, so your palette is clean right now. That's perfect. That means that there is nothing that holds you back. So I'm looking at that shape of the skull and the face. So maybe I could push this a little bit more inside with a lighter value. Let's see. Similarly that I did with that portrait. Okay, a little lighter value right here. since this is here, perhaps I could actually put the hair in front of it, so I create that kind of a separation. So it's not just a transition, just a boring transition, but it's actual ear here. Let me make it a little warmer. So there. So I created ears, and right now his head is going to be just ginormous for a second, but that's okay. Maybe not. It's because I'm adding a little bit more detail to it, but again, it's more. A little bit more of the eyebrow, so it's a little bit more defined. But again, I'm not painting it, I am kind of dry brushing it in. Just a little bit. So I want to create that interest there. Or even the separation between eyebrow and the shadow that eyebrow creates. So that's that zygomatic arc right there. And then a little lighter value here where the ear is going to be. Just a little bit, I don't want to overpower that. Beard is going to go here, and I'll push that little sliver off the neck a little bit more this way, right here. Okay. Again, these are all corrections of a proportions, and not only that, I'm correcting also a lighter value right here where the ear is. Cool. Nice. So I'm trying to create the shadow underneath. Perhaps to create a little bit more interest, I could make this a little darker, right? It's a little darker. And then a little bit of skin showing through here where the beard is slightly less dense. And then this should go maybe all the way up here. Hair. Trying to create a little bit of that. Push it to this direction a little bit higher, like so, to give him a little bit more of that, you know, yeah. It was kind of he was missing a back part of the head, because I thought that it should go a little lower. So let's make him a little. Because I was adjusting that, yeah, way better right now. Okay. So right now he looks like he has a full set of hair. Let me see from center. Yeah, perfect. Okay. He felt like he has too little on the top. Yeah, way better. Okay, and right now again I have to create that kind of a nice shape of this, of his head, because it's a part of that design, so that needs to be adjusted a little bit more. And I could maybe push it a little bit here out and darker perhaps. So let me take a little bit of this transparent orange, a little bit of black to go darker. Maybe hit it here a little bit so it has a kind of a darker hair there. It could perhaps go all the way here, through his ear, behind his ear. So it's softer. I'm trying to create the volume for the hair right now, and also, you know, I'm trying to create the volume not only just like it looks like a helmet, but it has that randomness of the hair. And I want it to be kind of a, you know, all over the place. And same goes for beard. Maybe I should push the beard slightly lower here, perhaps. A slightly different shape, and I need to move this because it's in my way. I can't judge it properly. Okay. Yeah, it's starting to get really better. Yeah, so don't hurt yourself. Don't overdo the palette cleaning, please, because I want you to continue working on the painting rather than just, you know, destroying yourself by trying to scrape the palette properly. Or not even properly, you're doing it properly, just, you know, pushing it really hard. So I have that portrait there. I'm way more satisfied with that portrait right now. It was something that was missing, was that top part. Question is if the head is not too big right now. Well, might be. Might be. Oh, this is something that I struggle with all the time. The paint in my keyboard. It's just it's so annoying. I feel it's so annoying. And let's stop his hair maybe here. He's going to be a little bit more like a cool dude. He's going to have a asymmetric hair, which will again give me a little bit more of that chance to play with these diagonals. So I'm just going to hit it with a little bit of that gray. Would this be good for here? Yep. So what will happen if I push it here from one side? And again, right now it's like it should be lighter right here on the top. So let me bring the lighter pigment here. But I want to keep it saturated. Maybe we could push it towards the green a little bit since I have it here, just to offset that redness. Yep. And I really want to use like these these old brushes with the bristles like all over the place, because they create like kind of a hair streams. Natively. Oops, that's too light. Nice. Okay, it's way better right now. So I have to correct the ear. I have to correct the shape of the. I have to correct the shape of the hair, but that's okay. Do I have something to work with now? Correct it a little bit. Let's use this cooler pigment here. Yep. Just right now, it looks like he has too much of it on the top of the head. Yeah, maybe a little too much. So, and this is that, you know, pulling and pushing and searching for that right shape. that is work compositionally, and it's also aesthetically pleasing when it comes to, you know, his hair. You know, so it's not, so it doesn't look like, you know, just a, like I said, the helmet. It has these areas of interest, you know, it's just a, maybe a little bit more here. Just like a, yep, way better, way better. So this is very, very kind of important part of creating this this painting for me. It's just to experiment, explore these possibilities. A little bit of that umber. Maybe different hairstyles of, you know, sometimes it's just bunch out from the hair. It's not perfect, it's not precise, it's not, I'm letting you to decide where is the end of the head. Is it here? Is it here? It's just I'm trying to make sure that he has that kind of a there is a randomness there. And the reason why I want randomness, because he's walking. You can't really, you know. Softening the edge. You shouldn't be able to see exactly where his hair is perfectly, like when you have a model that you're painting, you know, like in a studio, he's constantly moving, therefore his hair is changing all the time. So I want to keep that, and maybe this hair goes through this, like so, through the ear. So it's created, as I mentioned, a kind of a foreground, middle ground, and background as well. And then perhaps I could push it all the way here. Maybe make it a little thinner, so I create also the difference between here, and then the beard goes like a sliver. Just the hair strands. Where the beard starts, and then again, since this brush is broken, if I just, well, broken, it's not broken, it's just old. So I want to create these making his mustache a little thicker. Yeah, and suddenly his head is way bigger than it was. It was just a shape adjustment, and it needed to be adjusted. Right now, it overpowers everything. It almost just jumps out. And the reason is because, again, I pushed the face a little bit more, and I put the more detail, I put the more saturation. Therefore, it feels like it's exaggerated, yes, but that's okay, because it feels exaggerated it feels exaggerated because things around him are underdeveloped. Should be like a soft edge right here, because we don't know where the beard starts. And I want a soft edge, because I don't know where cheek ends and the beard starts, or the skin ends, and being covered with hair. And then I could push maybe a little bit here. I just that little bit of eyebrow, just a touch. I don't want to overdo it, because I don't want to give him like these bushy eyebrows. It's just so I can create a form. And again, with these eyebrows, I'm also trying to model a little bit more inviting kind of a feel to it. So he doesn't, because if you would point your eyebrows this direction, right, he's gonna look like he's being a little bit more aggressive, and when they are a little bit more circular, they feel less threatening. I don't know how to describe it. I like to use I like to think about these as an expressions, and I know that when you are an animator, you know exactly what I'm talking about, and that's where I take some of the inspiration from the animators. So I'm kind of like a little parasite. I'm taking their ideas, and it's not necessarily their ideas. It's more like they know exactly how to do certain things to describe a certain emotions, especially today when we have that digital department. So good. So I'm getting slowly closer to that, a feeling that right now when I'm looking at that, these two portraits, the main portraits, are very, very close to each other in technique and in kind of paint application. They have a very similar style. Which kind of beautifully offsets or juxtapose, for instance, this portrait in the back. This is almost nothing there, but you can still tell that it's a portrait. And right now, even that cross, I don't think I have to push it even more. I think it sits there really just lightly, just a suggestion of that cross. It doesn't need to go into detail there. Because that's not the focal point of this. And you know, I'm applying that same idea that we talked about of that of that. I'm talking about that. I'm sorry. Sometimes, you know, you already know me. I'm just my brain is just shutting off when I paint, because I can't focus on two things simultaneously. That's the idea of atmospheric perspective, right? So it's just going away from us. And right now the eye looks slightly sharp. So I'm just softening it again. Yes, nice. It was just, I just put these, you know, thick brush strokes there on the eye, and it looked weird. It looked wrong. And let me maybe push a little bit more. Let me work on that, on the mouth, just a little bit. A little bit more saturation there, since I'm going to be working on it. And then I should probably show the difference between this, okay, and a little bit of transparent green into this red, and I want to make it a little lighter. And transparent. Like this here on the top, right here would be okay, I have to go into cadmium. I didn't want to, but I have to. I don't want to put white into it because I'm really going to put the thin layer. So if I put white there, it would look okay right now, but as it would dry, it would lose the power. Because the underpainting would start showing through after the drying process. So I'm making it a little, I'm over-saturating it only because I know my pigments, I know what they're going to do. I understand what's going to happen later with it. And let's do the same thing for the top of his head, so it's nicely connects. So there is a lighter value on top of his head. So again, we're continuing with the idea of a form. Right, so lighter value up there. soft transition into the hair. Like Rembrandt would do. Because I want to do a variation. I have a hard edge right here. Let me make a soft edge right here. A little darker, just a little bit. So maybe there's a little bit of hair right here. Cool. All right. So we have this portrait right now going towards us, like directly towards us. It's really, really saturated. It's really, you know, like vibrant and visible. And the head is a little bit bigger. The head is a little bit bigger. The width of the head, it's slightly bigger than the knee. And I know that I'm looking at the knee. It's probably the size of the neck. So right now it fits as it's supposed to in terms of proportions. So I don't have a problem with the proportions right now, the size and positions, right? So it's still maybe, I don't know why is this. Is it because of the mirror? You still feel slightly on the small side. But then when I'm looking at the camera, it looks okay. When I'm looking at from here, it looks okay. So I think I'm going to just keep it as it is right now. And then this arch looks a little bigger than this one, so maybe I could add a little bit of light right here. And these are all like really extremely small adjustments. So I'm going into that orange green and just touch. So it's kind of it's still green when you put it next to red. Maybe a little bit more here. Yep. Just a touch. Yep. Just a touch. And that gives me a little bit more space to push this right here. Nice. Yeah, bro. Just a little bit. And then this is going to be the lighter transition right here. Cool. Yep. Yep, yep. Okay, so we're slowly getting there in terms of the size and the position for this. And I'm going to push this darker right now, this area. Let me get the larger brush. And I'm going to do it with a little bit of that green there, just a touch. And you can see like there's almost, you can't see it, but it's there. The green is there. It's going to show. So I'll push that shoulder lower. You know, to not, I'm going to leave the shoulder where it is because I need to have it here. I'm just adjusting the shape of the shoulder. By adjusting this. By not necessarily moving the shoulder, but rather I am pushing the background the contrast to separate them. But again, I want softer edges there, because this cannot overpower anything that's happening here on the portrait. And this is, I think this is this is the most difficult part when it comes to, you know, creating multiple figure composition, to find that balance between edges and what's where and how it relates to one another. Perhaps I can push this a little darker here. And you would, you know, you would say like, oh, but you know, this part it should be lighter because the light goes there. Well, it should, but it isn't. So what? How many people that are going to look at this, they understand the differences between light and dark and how it applies in terms of form in the real life? Very few. And then maybe a little darker here, so I show that separation there. Yep. And since these are all just illusions and tricks, you know, why not to use some of these tricks? And take advantage of it, rather than just, you know, follow that, you know, predetermined ideas of, oh, this is light, this is dark. That's why I am very, I don't want to say critical, but very that's why I care about different ideas and different painting techniques, because if you are from traditional atelier, they would never allow you to do that, because you wouldn't see. That's not what reality is. This is all this painting, every figure, every knee, every finger, everything is out of imagination. So, you know, thinking about this with a thinking about this and, you know, being restrained, or not even restrained, how would I put this? Not having that power to move freely and change things according to, you know, what's necessary for painting, and just being stuck in that, you know, idea that, oh, well, this is how the light works, I have to do it this way. It's just, that's not. That's not what I'm interested in. Again, that, you know, darkening that value, because I'm playing with these values, I'm pushing them back and forth, left and right, just to create that kind of a feeling of not only something that is believable, but also I'm trying to create something that it's pleasant to look at. Because it happened to me. I know plenty of good, really good painters that they know how to paint. It's just not that interesting to look at, because everything is, I don't want to say boring, but kind of boring. So let me put this here. And probably the best person to look at these things, of course, Rembrandt, but when it comes to like a little soft transition and understanding of light and dark, and how they and how light works and what effects they're creating, it's Vermeer. Like when you really want to get that studio painting down to perfection, I think Vermeer, it's the one that you're looking for. Because he observed what is happening in nature, and it really showed incredibly well in his paintings. And it's getting really dark. I probably have to move the time for these streams and start a little sooner, because it seems like I won't be able to paint that long, and I need painting time to finish this. So you can see how stronger that portrait looks right now, only because, you know, I put more details there, and it's just it looks weird on it looks weird on the camera, because, you know, camera is trying to correct all these things, or not correct, the camera is trying to evaluate these things. And it's not easy for it, you know. It's just it's a lot of shifts in the temperatures, in the values, and it's really difficult for camera to recognize this. Plus, you know, you're looking at it from that, you know, weird angle, so it has a little bit of perspective there as well, which flattening this image even more. So. I'm looking at it right now, and it's really dark. I don't think I can continue working on this right now. It's okay on my palette, but I don't see the whole painting. And I think I went dark again. So I have to lighten the sky, and then, you know, But when I'm looking right now on the proportion, I'm feeling way happier with the size of the head. And I have to adjust the shoulder right now because it's kind of that's a weak point right now. And then the connection between visible parts of the body and the parts that are underneath the fabric. So I have to push it a little more. And the important part would be the hips right now. Important part would be the hips. And I have to incorporate that feet or foot, actually, rather. The front foot, it's okay, but the back foot, it's kind of like a cutout. It's painted out from the picture, so it's breaking that atmospheric perspective kind of a feel to it. Yep, and then again, bring a little bit more saturation into shadows. Not making them darker, making them a little bit more saturated. So they are, they are richer. And that will give a little bit more of that flavor of depth. And would separate them even more from a halftone. Because that, when you're looking at your paintings and you feel that your paintings, they don't feel volumetric. In my case, this is what happens. This is the problem. Since I am keeping everything in that kind of how would you call it? I'm blanking. Since I'm keeping everything in that area of in the shadow, not in the shadow, in the fog, and it's coming out from the fog. I tend to keep everything way too close to each other, and then I have no transitions between shadow, terminator edge, and halftone, and they kind of blend into one continuous form, right? So everything looks just like it's developed the same way, and it's missing that maybe I could push this a little darker. Yep. Exactly, yeah. This is exactly what I'm talking about. So my values are way too close to each other, and then it's not about that it's not that I'm missing a soft edge. It's more about kind of being worried about what's going to happen. So I'm going to slowly push these shadows, not to make them darker, but make them a little bit more saturated, and they will appear different then, even though it's going to look like it's the same. Even though it's the same value, since there is a difference there in terms of that saturation, it's going to help that painting. Yep. Maybe push that a little darker so it kind of disappears into background, and I have to correct that sleeve. This sleeve needs to be corrected. This one right here, because right now it's going weird. It should be here, should start from here and here. That's what bothers me. That's why the shoulder doesn't seem right. I think I have to definitely check that out. So that's another thing. So I slowly went from the wrong position of the head through the shoulders, and right now I see, you know, these are like step-by-step incremental adjustments, and more you paint, more aware you're going to be of these mistakes, or sooner you will be able to realize them and actually correct them sooner. This is something that I struggle with myself, so and I know that it's there, so I'm not complaining, like, you know, just there is no, it's not like, you know, there is no way to correct this. There is. You just have to know that this is the problem that you have, and then you have to be able to address that problem. So I'm looking and observing, and I think I'm in a good position right now. Perhaps I could push this a little darker, because I see that the camera, it's pushing it darker. This area right here. Just a little bit. It's almost like making it a little bit more it might look way too dark right now on the camera, but it's okay. It is okay. And then perhaps I could push this a little bit more, because it would go into a background, so this could go darker. Okay, this area might go darker, and that will push the shoulder forward. Yeah. Okay, so I'm thinking to put this area, where's my charcoal? Since the shoulder has to go forward, this part right here has to go forward towards us. I cannot make it any lighter, because then I'm just going to go into almost a straight white, because this is really, really light. So I cannot go there. So I need to push this one darker, and I'm going to connect it with the background all the way here. So it's kind of recede into atmospheric perspective, and then again coming out from there. Yep. That might help. And then I'm going to push this a little more this way. So I'm going to drop that shoulder a little lower, and perhaps of pushing this, maybe I could do this, and this could go into shadow. Let me try that. But I need to have it a little less. Yep, better. Okay, cool. And then maybe I could push this more a little out here as I had it before, and I'll have to change or develop the shape for a forearm a little better. So perhaps it's going this way right here, and this is going to be, yep, and this is going to be my yeah, okay, that might work. But I need to push it. This is neck going here, this way, and then the shoulders right here. So this is a little difficult moment because I have hand covering the shoulder, so I have to figure it out how to make that work. Perhaps I can push the fingers a little lighter. Not even necessarily lighter, maybe a little bit more saturated. Like hit it here, a little bit more saturated. Like so, yep. Yeah, because they're lost in that background. And then maybe I should create a separation here slightly. Here. So the background is separated a little bit more from the foreground. Oh, you really like how it looks? Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Well, there is a lot of work before it's going to be. There's a lot of work before it's going to be finished, because you see like kind of a camera adjusted image. So there is a lot of work there, because a camera is really pushing certain areas darker, and there is way less contrast on my painting right now when I'm looking at it. Live, or actually with my own eyes, but you see how slowly these adjustments, how much progress is there, just with a really not necessarily little effort, because these little adjustments are actually outcome of many mistakes that I made before. And it seems that these adjustments are very quick and easy, and it looks very simple in terms of, he didn't do anything special. And that's true, but these adjustments were, and we can use this as an outro actually, because I can't really see anything anymore. In order to make these small incremental adjustments, there is a certain amount of experience that kind of predate these adjustments, and you can see it perfectly in Velázquez or Rembrandt. I mean, I talked about this a lot. That when you look at some early paintings of Rembrandt, it almost feels naive, his paintings. It feels like, oh, there's supposed to be this amount of figures, they're supposed to be here, and they're supposed to be organized this way. And I want to show you how good I am with rendering, so I'm just going to render certain areas, and everything is actually painted. I mean, when you look at early Rembrandt's painting, everything is painted. And then when you go into his late work, he's like, okay, well, nothing is painted except the stuff that it's in focus, or except the stuff that is important for composition, right? So Rembrandt went from that what happens to all of us. So I'm going to include everything because I want to show you everything. Okay, you don't need to see these things because they are rather distracting and not helping at all. And that same goes with adjusting this painting or this fragment painting. And same goes also for your own work at home. The more you the bigger it's your library of experiments and mistakes that you made, the easier for you is going to be to recognize these mistakes, analyze them, and then also, and there's most important, to correct it, right? I did not really paint that much. I don't have even that much paint on the palette. It's just, first I started with subtracting everything that I didn't like from the previous paint application. And then I asked myself what the priorities are, and then I started with the portrait because this is a focal point. I have to lock it down. I really have to push it to a maximum right now. I cannot go further because right now I'm starting to fight with the background because it's underdeveloped, and also not even the background but the secondary focal points, which is this portrait, this hand, these two hands that are holding it, right? So I cannot go further as it is right now because I have nothing to judge it off of. And for me, that's the most important part, because I don't paint by number. I don't have a palette prepared for, oh, this is my face tones and face values, so no matter what I do here, it does not going to affect anything here. I am relating these things together, and I'm working with what painting needs rather than what is expected. So it's just a kind of it's the same idea. I'm trying to make a nice painting, but instead of just forcing it to a certain step-by-step or paint-by-number system, I am reacting to what is happening, and I'm not worried to change certain things. And it gives me that freedom that I felt really unhappy about, when I painted just with the classical kind of a French atelier approach. I'm not saying that's wrong. I think that it's helping me tremendously right now to have that experience, only to be able to rely on that heavy atelier training with these experiments, because I always can go back to that, and no one's going to say anything. They're going to be like, okay, well, that's another atelier painting. It's just the safety net. The problem is when you start relying on this way too much than it's necessary, and not only that it's necessary, it's just going to happen to be your I don't want to say shtick, but you're just going to paint one painting after another with the same result, and there is nothing wrong with that. It's just we're not then pushing the possibilities of painting forward. We're then capitalizing on something that exists, and it's aesthetically pleasing, and it's very simple to execute. Very simple, but that's just not right. It's not simple to execute. It's what's the word that I'm looking for? It's not easy to execute. It's executable. Yeah, well, I'm going to do this. It's executable. And I'm saying this, not, like I said, this has nothing to do with, attacking the classical French atelier. But when you think about that from the history, why that French atelier kind of a style of Charles Bark and side size was so prominent, because they wanted to build an army of painters that can decorate they can teach them with a short span of a time, and then they can decorate these enormous structures that they were building, and show that progress. And they needed artists, and they didn't have them. They needed painters, and they didn't have them enough. So there was the boom of building and structures, and that's when that French atelier kind of exploded with these incredibly, almost close to realistic paintings. And it's part of it's that idea of these painters that they were almost forgotten because of the it was thought of that in contrast to Impressionism, because when you think about Bouguereau is actually almost contemporary of well, he's contemporary of Impressionism. So Bouguereau was doing very well, making a lot of money alongside with starving Impressionists, because people were not ready to buy their paintings for equal amount of money. And the same goes for like Alma Tadema, Leighton, or I would even even who would I put in that category? I think this was Salomon J. Salomon as the same one that from the similar category. They pushed really that classical French atelier to maximum. And I really like to look at their painting. I really love their painting. They're full of like absolute masterful handling of a paint and understanding values and textures and pigments and tones and edges. They are just way too close to realism, and today they are not that interesting to look at. For me personally, I'm talking about myself. But for some reason, people, and by people I mean just a casual viewer or a casual painting enjoyer, value these the most, since they are very close to a real life. And for some reason, we strive for that. Right now there is that debate about robots and the humanoids rather, because we are striving to create something that is as close to human as possible. That goes for AI as well, right? So it's kind of a natural for us to think, that if we are the best of the best on this planet and in this universe, again, philosophically speaking, then the painting that looks closer to a realism, it's probably valued the highest. And same goes for robots. But it's just there's just something to think about. And there's always that reach towards the perfect realism, and then when we get it, we're just gonna go, okay, well, now what? Yeah, and since in painting and drawing we already have that photorealism or maybe hyperrealism even, I don't think it's that for me personally interesting to look at. So I don't want to waste your time with these ideas of mine, because they have nothing to do with painting or the science behind of painting or art of painting, whatever you want to call it. These are just a little talking points rather, or maybe something to think about. And here's the thing, you might completely disagree with what I'm saying, and you know what, you are absolutely right, because it's about what you like to do, what you like to paint, and I am not, and I don't like to think that way, that I would force upon you, you have to use this cadmium red that I use. It's just, I don't think that that's how painting should look. I don't think that that's what painting should be about. I like that exploration. I like that we are all different, that we are using different pigments, different colors, different brushes, different surfaces, different ideas. And I actually appreciate abstract painting as much as photorealism, because they both, or all of the styles or ideas, or what would it be? The whole day I'm trying to find that word, and anyway, I can't I can't think of that. So In other words, what I'm trying to say is that every part of the history or every style that was developed, whether it's a Renaissance, Baroque, Classicism, Impressionism, Post-Impressionism, I don't know what else, Rococo, for instance, right? They all have its place in the history, and I have paintings from Rococo that I really, really enjoy, and I have ones that I think, oh, this is kitsch, this is the only thing that this is about is, okay, let's add more gold to it, or more, these interesting, intricate details, just so we can show that that I know how to paint it and I can afford to buy it. So that being said, that same goes for other areas, like for instance abstract art. It's just there are abstract paintings that I really love to look at, and I adore myself, because I consider them just simply beautiful works of art. And then there are some that are just kitsch, just trying to replicate some splashes of color there, which is not what abstract art is about, in my opinion. And if you like those, you're absolutely right. That's just the beauty is in the eye of beholder. So don't really take what I'm saying as something that this is what art is about. That's how I feel. That's what I think about the art, and that's why the studio setup and this setup like this, it's so important for me, because it happens to me a million times, maybe even more, and I'm not even exaggerating right now. That's not a figurative number, that's a literal number, that some students that they have a completely different style of painting, they have a completely different idea about painting, and have a completely different paintings that they like. They're opposite to mine, showed me, described to me, and also then after further discussion, I realized that, okay, maybe I did not understand what's happening here, and that's why I was so critical to this. So everything that I'm saying, take it into consideration, not that it's, from point of view that this is additional knowledge to what you already know, and not that, oh, he said this, so right now everything that I knew before, it negates, and I'm going to be talking only this way or thinking this way. No, it's always in addition to what you already know. And the same goes for me. Everything that I'm adding to my knowledge, whether it's from book or from you guys, or from I don't know, movies, or from music, or from galleries, or from other great masters, it's in addition, not instead. And I think that's a very important distinction that sometimes we forgetting, and especially when you have these, paint by number paintings, which they're not really necessarily bad, but I don't consider them as a fine art. That's what I'm trying to say. It's still art. It's not the fine art, the top of the Rembrandts, So I hope that you enjoy me being back and talking too much again, as I always do, and I hope to see you here tomorrow for the same class, not even class, for the same painting. What am I trying to say? I am really for painting this course in Asylum Atelier. It was a pleasure to working alongside with you today, and I hope to see you tomorrow. So enjoy the rest of the day. Keep working, keep pushing, and if the sun is going down, like it's in my case, this doesn't mean that I'm going to stop. I still have books to go through. I still have reference pictures, the library of the reference pictures, and then you can switch to digital, or you can turn on the light and work on some drawings, because it's easier to work with drawings under the artificial light. So yeah, there is no end to this. Unfortunately, I wish I could say that, okay, I stopped today and I don't think about painting anymore till tomorrow, but it's not how it works. So hope to see you here tomorrow. Maybe if I have enough time, I'll start a little bit sooner. One more thing before I go. Wednesday, I won't be here again because I have to travel again for because of the project that I'm working on that I can't really talk about right now because it's under that, you know, NDA kind of a whale. So I'm not going to be here on Wednesday, but you still, you know, have to continue work. You can't just, you know, stop only because I'm not here. But that's one thing. I will post it on Twitter. I'm sorry, I will post it on X again. So you know, even though if you're not watching right now, you would be aware of that. So yeah, that kind of sums it up today. If there is, I'm thinking right now if I have some other, some other trips scheduled, but I don't think. But I will let you know in advance. So yeah, I don't want to waste your time anymore because you have to paint and I have to paint as well, but not this digitally. So I'll talk to you tomorrow. So take care, have fun, and I'll see you later. Bye.